Hi there.
Hello.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
If I spoke more Spanish than what I just said, I would understand you, but I do not.
You don't understand what William said?
Nope.
Dear God.
I very heavily let my Argentinian side down every day by just simply existing and not knowing Spanish.
So Anna has the baby.
Good. He's at Grandma's house right now, so there will not be any baby disturbances.
Aw, he's so cute. I still think my favorite picture so far is where he's just flipping the middle finger while he's being fed. It's so fun.
I think I kind of got one the other or like yesterday of him doing it, but it's a little harder to see. If you want, I'll try to send it to you. It's a little hard to feed him and take a picture at the same
No,
time.
yeah. Fair enough, but
Realistically, it's hard to take a picture of him, period. Like, when he does anything.
Oh, he's kind of doing it like how one of my students does when he tries to pretend where he's trying to hide that
Like
he's
that.
flipping me off.
Yeah, it was higher up before I took it, but he lowered it down.
Yeah.
Here, I'll try to send you a couple more.
Oh. But thank you.
You know, you could try to at least sound happy that people are gloating over your child and how cute they are, not just, okay.
Yeah, well, my mother-in-law asks for pictures like all the time, and I'm like, I don't have any new ones.
So
then
just
I feel
send one
obligated
like
to take
every couple
more.
days. Just space them out more.
I don't take pictures that often.
So I do
Well,
like
now's
little
the time to
sessions.
learn.
Or
you
at
can
least
pick up.
not ones that look especially good. Or I guess I'll put these ones just in the family chat.
So you just batch a bunch. You just take a bunch at once, like in different spots, and then one day you just do photo shoot day. And then, yeah, like Sarah was saying, bunch of outfits, bunch of changes.
You know how
one day,
long-
and then you just space that out.
That would. It was already a pain trying to do his 1 month picture. Like just by myself. It's quite difficult.
Oh yeah, and then your cat wanted to be included in it.
Yeah, where basically she didn't want to move. If I put anything out there like, oh, you're wanting to do something with this, let me lay directly on top of it. I'm hoping to get some good Easter photos though. I got like a basket and like some little eggs and stuff, so I'm gonna try to
You
take
some little
cute...
bunny ears.
Yeah, I actually do have bunny ears.
It's adorable. I'll see if I can get some bunny ears on Gina and Rosa like I did. I think it was last year we were able to get it. They kind of did it last time. We'll see if I can do it again this year. Then I'll do another Instagram picture like I did for... I mean, that was just a filter for the Christmas one, but... Do another Chonkers and Bonkers update of pictures.
Archer's a little stronger now. He's so heavy.
You're gonna get so strong.
Oh, I guess that would be a good time to say that I probably won't be able to play next week if you guys were planning on it. That's Easter and
Oh yeah, Easter.
parents are going to be in town and stuff, so I will not attend if we are doing it then.
I guess that's fair. How do you celebrate a holiday? I mean, yeah, Sarah just said Nikki's making our Easter dinner since it's his turn for dinner that week, and so we'll see if we survive
You really
that.
want him to make... Is he actually going to make like an Easter dinner, or is it just going to be like...
Okay,
whatever?
okay. You know what? I'm actually good at making food when I actually give it a shot, okay? So I don't want to hear the shit that's being given about how I make food and it turns out bad, okay? I'm actually good at cooking when I put effort into it. I just prefer to not cook because cooking takes forever.
Cody just said inside check on if he can actually cook.
Hold on, I'll
I
roll
mean,
Ezekiel's
I do
insight.
believe that he believes he's telling the truth, but
Well, it wouldn't be you
Oh, wait,
inside.
do I need to roll? Oh, hold on. I'll get my d20 out.
Realistically, should be more of like a performance type check, or like,
yeah,
what kind of check would you do for cooking?
because like he believes he can. He's telling the truth on that, but
Well, I guess what we take from this is that he believes he can cook.
I know I can cook. It's not just me thinking I can. I know I can. I didn't take
he
2.5
got the
years for culinary for
training.
nothing.
The full traditional Easter meal.
Deviled eggs, ham, potato salad, rolls. No, I don't even that much. I'm Easter.
I saw a YouTube video the other day where this guy made deep fried deviled eggs.
What?
Yeah, I mean the filling is the same, but you just deep fry the boiled whites.
We need to try
I mean,
this.
they look interesting. I don't know if I would want to eat it, but it was definitely interesting.
This has to be made and consumed relatively soon.
No.
Yeah, that's what you're doing then, I guess.
Eggs in this economy, Nikki? Are you kidding me?
I bought eggs today. It was like I bought 18 eggs for 12 bucks. Where the fuck
Dear
did that
God.
come
Why would you?
Where are you buying your eggs? We were just at the store.
from? Walmart. It was
18.
Walmart.
Did you get the fancy eggs or did you get the cheap eggs?
No, I got the cheap, the ones that come in the styrofoam container. I got 18 eggs because on Thursday I'm making breakfast for everyone for my dinner for the week. And when I bought them, it was like 11 or 12 bucks. And I was like, what the hell?
You're still buying the expensive ones. It was the 18 count at the Fry's we went to today. It was only like $8, so you're buying some bougie eggs, Nikki.
I don't mean to be buying bougie eggs. I just grabbed the first ones I
What color
saw.
was the container?
It was, fuck, what was it? It was like a mint green, I think.
Oh, well, technically, those ones are supposed to be the cheaper ones, but I don't know. I say if you got the pink or the blue container, those ones are more expensive.
No, I was by the eggs. There was the baby blue ones, and then there was like the mint green ones, and then like off way to the right were like the pink ones and the other color that you just said.
I just said pink and blues.
Oh, well, that, yeah.
Nikki, I probably could have bought, because we just bought them and got it for like $4 or $5, and we could have bought 3 sets, which is more than what.
5 gold for a dozen eggs in this world? That's insane. That's way too much. This is why you need to own chickens. I'd love to own chickens.
That's right.
Yeah. When my mom raised chickens with my mom and David, we had eggs aplenty, okay? Eggs were like, we had eggs for almost every meal. It was awesome. That was also the time where I think I ate 12 or 13 eggs in one sitting. I'm still proud of that.
Okay, that's gross. But like,
That's far too much egg.
yeah.
It was awesome.
You get a heart attack, Nikki.
Well, I'm perfectly fine, so.
Are you?
Physically, mostly. Mentally, no.
Well, eggs
Not
aren't
even a
like
little bit.
bad for you, but I would still say that's a lot of eggs. Like,
Eggs are good for you up to a point, and then they start giving you heart problems if you have more than averaging 3 eggs a day.
I was gonna say, don't they like raise your cholesterol a ton if you eat a lot of them?
Yep, fucks with your cholesterol. So,
Yeah.
congrats, Nikki. You're gonna have high cholesterol when you're old.
Yay!
well, maybe if you didn't eat the yolks every time, they would be less bad.
But the
Just
yolk is
in
the
egg
best
whites.
part.
I know, obviously it is, but I'm just saying if you were trying to reduce the cholesterol but still wanted to
okay.
eat the eggs, you could just do egg whites.
Yeah, egg whites have like almost nothing nutritionally in them. I mean, like they still taste good, but like they don't really have any nutritionals in them. That's why they're used in a lot of like baking and stuff. It's at least what my culinary teacher told me. I don't know if it's true or not.
Also, Anna, I don't know if you saw, but I added the Macarena to your suggestions for Sienna songs.
That's funny. Sometimes I try to make Archer do the Macarena, but he doesn't like it.
Oh. Well, you failed on persuasion on your baby. How low can you go? Not bad average.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. We'll let Taven jump in when he gets here.
He
Yeah,
really
may
saw
have,
the message and then like pieced out real quick, real far.
Yeah, I mean, he may have made immediate plans right after. But,
Yeah.
Okay.
I
all
almost did,
good.
but then I saw your message. I was like, oh, you did. You're fine. Like, wow. He's fast if he can make plans like that in 3 minutes. That's impressive.
Okay, let's get into our.
He actually has friends.
I actually have friends. Excuse you.
Let's get into our recap if everyone's ready.
It's my turn. I'm trying to find my spot in the notes. Okay, so what I have in my notes are we were started in the tower up above, and we were searching a couple chests in the room that we found. Lan found some Tideborn Empire military armbands. One of them had a symbol on it of a dragon's eye bound in chains. He kept that. A few other things, like a half-empty vial of blackened ink and quill. He found a message that said, quote, "We are not guards, we are witnesses. If you read this, may you do what we could not." A rusted longsword that appeared to be at one point ceremonial, now just, didn't seem very important, but it bore the initials SV. Lan kept that as well. And then a pouch containing 11 platinum pieces from the time of the Tideborn Empire, so they could be potentially priceless to collectors. He gave that pouch to Ezekiel, because then in the second chest he found another one, this time with 22, so he kept that one. A flask of purified water, which is still sealed and strangely cold. He needs to get that identified. A small palm-sized hourglass that still runs perfectly. He gave that to Ezekiel. He gave some ceremonial vambraces of the Tideborn Watch. And he gave a folded sheet of vellum that had what's called the Last Oath on it. And then also a holy symbol of an unknown Tideborn deity visibly damaged. But I think it was... I can't remember if it was reading the oath or turning the hourglass. I think it's turning the hourglass. The holy symbol is very slowly but surely like repairing itself. I can't remember if we've put 2 and 2 together yet. Sienna finds a notebook with a lullaby written in the Draconic language, which I believe Vizier helps her translate. And she finds a note from someone named Morel that reads, "He still dreams, I swear it. We hear him in the stones. They told me to stop singing near the seal, but he was calm when I did. I won't stop. If he ever hears me again, maybe he'll remember who he was." We keep descending down after the tower, and we find a door with 3 different schools of magic. Lan mentally searches the Veiled Mandate's library and recalls a similar lock being found called a threefold lock. And that one was meant to contain a, quote, sleeping worm. Wait, didn't I already read these? I've already read these notes. I think I have.
Maybe to yourself.
The sleeping worm. The sleeping worm is more of a personal note from a history check.
Okay. I thought I read these. Whatever. I'm gonna keep going. The symbols were authority, emotion, and identity. Lan, which translated to beacon, song, and lock. So Lan suggested that Vizier present the beacon that he has, Sienna sing the lullaby, and Ezekiel present the holy symbol. The beacon and the lullaby worked, but the holy symbol didn't. Ezekiel tried reading the oath. That didn't do anything. And then Aspen suggested to try the rusted longsword. And when Lan presented the longsword, the rust faded away, and the blade of the sword glowed blue, and it unlocked the final symbol. And as the symbols faded away, we hear a voice whisper, "Who sings for me?" And we all proceed through the doorway. We make our way into a couple separate rooms. One of the rooms contains what looks to be a massive sarcophagus surrounded by more of the mechanical guards that we encountered before. The other room had some zombies, magic swords, and a hostile flying carpet which attacked us, but we were able to dispatch them. Vizier makes his way over to the sarcophagus and notices a plaque at the bottom, and the 3 words that translate to Oathbound. And that is where we ended the session.
Alright, except 1d8 of inspiration. And let's begin. Okay. Alright, so let's see. Where are we at? Okay. Gee, I've got this much. Oh yeah, this is Act 3, so yeah, of course I'm like 200, 300 pages in. Alright, cool. The chill of the ancient stone still clings to your skin, and dust drifts like ash through the flickering torchlight behind you. The upper ruins of Caer Veneer lie in silence. Above, a storm can be heard, even this deep, brewing on the horizon. And below, something far older waits for hope to exhale. You now stand within the sanctum, surrounded by broken benches, shattered pillars, and the coiled stillness of mechanical sentries lining the walls, and at the center of the far chamber lies a sarcophagus bound in glowing chains, veined with arcane runes and humming with an energy that feels both divine and wrong. And the air is thick with ancient regrets. What do you wish to do? Or should we start with initiative?
Probably that, yeah.
Okay. All right. Mara will look around and take a quick note. She says, you know, those sentries look a lot like the ones we had a problem with, you know, straight above us in the ruins. I, for one, don't think we should be waking what lies within. And she will move off to the side and sort of look over in this rubble and see if she can poke around and find anything. Land your turn.
Lan is going to get to 10. He's going to get to right about here. And he will kind of look around and say, I think maybe we need to explore the rest of the whatever this is down here, whether it's a crypt or a storage room or something. I mean, yeah, it probably is a crypt, judging by that, and he'll point to the sarcophagus. But if we're gonna open that, maybe we make that like the last thing we do. I think we should keep looking around before we do. And then Lan will go back out. 30. I think he can make it to right there, and that will be Lan's turn.
All right, Aspen.
Alright. Aspen is just wanting to walk over. It's just gonna walk around. Wait, so is this? Yeah, the sarcophagus. Is there any like sort of like name or like inscription on it?
I think like there are inscriptions in Draconic.
In Draconic, yeah. Can't read that, so just gonna walk around it and just look and see. And 5, 15. Just kind of go around and would I be able to tell if these things are here to keep the thing in, or what it can see what the purpose of these things are, or it's like protecting it, or if they're like the purpose of these things are for it?
Make an insight check.
Nine.
They are all uniformly what you do notice is they're all facing the entrance to the chamber, like each one of them.
Okay.
You can tell that much, but whatever. Other than that, you're not sure what their core purpose is.
Okay, yeah. Alright, that'll be the end of my turn.
Haven will move there. Is it your turn?
Can I tell if that statue up here is low to the ground?
From here, it looks like a full it's from the bottom of the chamber up to about 8 feet or so, but it's a full body statue. It's its feet touching the ground.
Who's there to face that? Statue?
Okay.
Is that from the right?
On the statue, perception check. Did you look around the statue itself to see if there's any writing on it? So the statue, is obviously of a humanoid, as you can see when you get closer. But let's see if there's any writing on this. Yeah, it looks like it's holding a book, very I would say sage-like in appearance, but clearly not a sage of current times. So you look through the flickering sort of torchlight that's from the purple sconces that are holding the chains, that are sort of lit next to the chains. And it's reflecting off of the surface of the rough statue. It seems to be pretty worn by time, but it seems deliberately scored as if someone tried to chisel away at the inscriptions that are there. And salt crust cakes part of the figure as well. And along the hem of its robes, you see fragments of symbols, maybe words, but you see a few letters buried deep into the stone like a brand. You see like an LTH, KARVEL, and then you see the deep. But the rest of it, you can't make out.
What about the head of the sarcophagus?
You see, I mean, there's nothing ordinary out of the ordinary on the sarcophagus from this angle. It looks a lot like the bottom of it that's facing towards the door.
Nothing to see here. I'll get back to
All right, Soot will stay there. Ezekiel, your turn.
If I remember correctly, I'm like 10 feet up the wall, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess while I'm up here, can I look up at the ceiling and see if there's anything interesting?
Sure. Make a perception check as you look up. You look up and it seems like it's not too much further, and you'd be at the sort of ceiling to the chamber. It seems to be made of similar stonework as the stone you're standing on the wall. But you look across the ceiling and there's no eerie fog or mist or anything like that. It just seems to be the rest of the stone chamber.
Okay. I will walk down the wall and I will get to there, and that will be my turn.
Okay, Sienna.
I guess I'll just ask the party in general. Are we gonna do anything to this sarcophagus, or should we just move on?
I don't think we're gonna do anything. We're just trying to figure some stuff out first, but we potentially could just be leaving and doing nothing in this room. Considering if we not considering, but unless we accidentally triggered something, but you know. But I don't think we're planning on doing anything in here.
Well, then, assuming people, I guess, still want to explore the room, I'm just gonna come over here. And I'm assuming this is like a bench or a pew type thing, and I'm just gonna sit on the bench and wait for people to be done in here.
It is. It's like a sort of like a pew-like bench. So you sit on it, and it doesn't really move. It seems to be sturdy enough. Okay.
I hope it didn't move. But yeah.
Okay, for Kappa, your turn.
Forcup is gonna come and sit next to Sienna on the bench. And yeah, I'm not getting any closer to those things. No, thank you. I would like to not get mashed in the face again. Thanks. And that'll be your turn.
Mara seems to pocket something, and then she will. She'll go to there and start looking around the walls. Lane, your turn.
Atlanta's going to kind of call back, kind of an answer to Sienna, and say, like, he'll kind of lean back to see her through the doorway and be like, yeah, I suggested that we just kind of keep moving on, leave the sarcophagus alone unless there's nothing else down here. And then he's going to 10, 20, 30. Actually, instead of that square, we'll end up at this one. Is that... Am I close enough to listen to the door, or would I need to be, like, literally right in front of it?
That's close enough. I mean, you don't have to have, like, super mega hearing.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'd like to kind of lean, put my ear almost to the door and see if I can hear anything inside.
Okay, perception check.
13.
Let's see. So, listening against the door frame, you hear no talking or any sort of humanoid or creature growling, but there's a faint skittering like metal on stone, low and intermittent, but not not in any sort of rhythm. It doesn't sound clockwork mechanical either, just incorrect, like it doesn't fit. And you hear the occasional drip like moisture hitting an already damp floor.
Okay. And then with the last of his turn, Lana's going to look back at Ezekiel, and he's going to point towards the room and then point to his ear and kind of mouth, I hear something, and point to this room, and that will be the end of his turn.
Right.
Ezekiel will nod and kind of rest his hand on the grip of his greatsword at his hip.
Okay, Aspen, your turn.
Alright, Aspen is going to walk by these things and just, leave them alone, not touch them. 5, 10, whoops. 15, 20, 30, 40, and then gonna just dash to move some more. 10, 20, 30, 40 to get out of the room. And yep, that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay, Taven also exits the room. Vizier, your turn.
That is my movement and dashing.
Okay. Very well. Okay, so we'll get to there after dashing. Ezekiel, your turn.
Ezekiel will walk up to Lan, and I guess I'll get you right there. And he'll say, do you want to go in and see what it is? Or do you want to leave it closed for now, for when we have more people to join us?
Let's wait for the others to catch up.
Okay. He'll get to there and kind of, I guess, ready himself against the wall on the other side of the door, waiting for the other people to show up. And that'll be it.
Hey, Sienna.
All right. Guess we're going. Go 5, 10, 15, 30. And I will use my action to dash. 20, 25, 30. And that'll be my turn.
Okay, for Cuppa.
Gonna be following everybody else. 30. I use my action to dash to keep up.
Of course, Soot does not have a way, but she will move to there. Ezekiel, your turn.
Has the door across the hallway been checked yet? Okay. He's going to go over to that door and put his big noggin up to it and see if he can hear anything.
Perception check.
11.
Okay. So, I guess this old wooden door, you hear silence, purely. However, you do notice, there's a bit of, like a dampness to the air that's leaking from beneath the door. You don't hear movement or you don't smell anything. Just silence.
I guess I will not relate. I will relay what I see and sense to the rest of the party. And then he'll stay by the door and wait for one of the two doors to be open, I guess, because that's what we're doing. And that'll be his turn.
All right, Sienna.
So I guess the door in front of Lan is trapped.
Correct, yeah. To the right.
Is the one on the left trapped too? Or,
Investigation check.
okay. Guess I will figure that out possibly. Oh, that's not bad.
Doesn't seem to be trapped or locked.
I guess I will try to open it then. Oh.
Okay.
Is that a body?
It is. You open the door and this cold air sort of leaks outward. Feeling of this dampness washes over you, Ezekiel, and Soot as the door opens. And you see barrels and crates spread about and a corpse sort of in the rear of the room.
I guess I will use my action to dash. Does the body appear to be fresh, or does it look like it's been here for a little bit? Or I guess I could smell it if it's been here for a little bit. Or if it's like a skeleton, I don't know.
The corpse, let's see. I don't think it is. Like, surely I don't think it's fresh. Let me see here. So as you step into the room, the body slumped against sort of against the ground there is twisted and partially collapsed inward, and its arms are tucked close like it died bracing for something. And as you get closer to it, you catch a scent coming off of it, but it's not rot. It's like the sharp bite of void-burned flesh. And the blood around it has dried. There's no fungal bloom, no decay. And the wound where it was healed still glistens slightly, you notice. So somehow the corpse seems to be fresh, but not recently slain, if that makes sense. Like it hasn't had a chance to decay yet.
It's a little weird.
You look around and you see there's scratch marks on the inside of a nearby crate that's opened, as if it looks like something tried to get out or to go back into it. The figure's lips are parted. There's a bit of a purple-black mist curled at the edge of the tongue, and in their hand is a scrap of parchment gripped very tightly.
I don't want to touch it, but it's probably important. Well, I would use my action, so I'm going to justify that by saying I don't have any more actions to take it from him. But, yes. I guess I will call over to Ezekiel. Like, hey, I think this dude's got something important in his hand if you want to come do the dirty work, because it's icky and I don't want to do it.
Okay, yeah, I'll come and do that.
That'll be my turn.
Okay. Forkuppa, you feel an eerie, cold temperature enter the narrow chamber you stand, or the narrow hallway that you're in as your turn starts. What do you want to do?
I would assume Porcuppa would have also heard what Deanna said, and so she'll move up a little bit closer here to there and cast Mage Hand to try to use it to get whatever the guy's holding out of his hand. Just that way, so nobody actually has to touch the body. Just use the Mage Hand to try to get it out of his grip, or rip off his entire arm to bring it to me. Whichever one seems like it would be possible.
So Mage Hand from there, of course, at a distance. Okay.
Yeah, so at a distance, because I can cast it up to 30 feet away from me. 30, and it's exactly 30, so if it could get the paper or the hand that's holding it to get it away from the body, because that sounds gross.
Yeah, it does. I'm in the kitchen brewing coffee. I'll get back to you in just a second. So you cast the Mage Hand from distance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the spectral hand comes into, sort of coalesces into the space and begins to float over to the corpse. Okay. Hang on. Okay, right. So the ghostly little blue shimmer of your mage hand flutters into the room, reaching toward the curled parchment locked in the corpse's grip, and it begins to tug gently. The fingers resist, but it's not because of rigor mortis. It seems like something else, like the hand is being held from within. The parchment begins to pull free, and then the corpse exhales. Not a breath, though. It's like a wordless hiss, like cold, hollow, like air escaping a tightly sealed chamber or something of a tightly sealed, well, anything, really. The hand releases the parchment, but as the mage hand pulls away, the corpse's other hand twitches. Mage hand has the parchment now.
I can't remember how far, if I could move up to 30 feet each time I use it. So yeah, I'd want to use it to cast it initially. It's like at the body and then have it come back towards me. And seeing that the other hand moves, it's like, Sienna, let's go. Get out. This is creepy. It moved.
You can cast the hand there. The hand can appear there and grab it without using movement, and then you can command it to move to you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then when it gets close, just to get out of the room again, to use the rest of my movement to get out and tell Sienna, let's go. It's moving. It's creepy. get away from the body and see what it was holding later. And that'll be my turn.
All right. Mara is oddly fixated on something in the room to the north. Land, your turn.
Lan is going to step right. Just so he has as much as possible with everyone standing in the way. He's going to get line of sight on the corpse and just draw his bow, and he's going to hold his action for if the thing starts to try and get up, he's going to release and shoot it. And that'll be his turn.
I'm gonna switch to explorer mode real quick. Let me know if anything screws up. Besides turning off daylight mode to do it. Okay. Okay, I don't think anything changed. That's good. All right, cool. Let's move. Hang on. Screwed up on my end. I picked a bad time to try this. Okay. Okay, cool. Alright, so you, Lan, you're gonna sort of move, just kind of reposition yourself in front of the door there, and that's it?
I have my bow, an arrow nocked and my bow drawn. I'm holding my action for if the corpse makes any movement to try and like start getting up, I'm going to shoot it.
Okay. You look over at the corpse as you knock an arrow, and you see these sort of shadowy tendrils begin to sort of leak out of it. Aspen, your turn.
Alright. Alright, I'm gonna go a little farther. Just gonna stay there, and can I just throw a javelin at the body? See if that does anything. The infused returning javelin, and just throw it. Not raging, not recklessly, just throwing it at the body to see if that does anything to the shadowy tendril.
Sure. Roll now, because technically the body is prone. It will be at disadvantage. I know that's a stupid thing, but sure, you can throw a javelin at the body that has leaking shadows coming from it.
15
That will hit.
for 6 piercing.
Okay, so a javelin sinks into it, and then you see the corpse react as this shadowy form sort of exhales from it and clings to the stonework floor and then up the wall, and it slithers across the wall and escapes out of the doorway of the room and just sticks to the ceiling as the shadow that was within the corpse leaves the corpse.
That's creepy. You said it went out the door?
Yeah, it merged with the stonework, and then it just sort of spiraled up the wall to the side and onto the ceiling, and then left the room.
I still have movement. I want to run out and see if I can track where it goes.
Sure.
Let's see. So it's right there, so it's 10, 15, 20. I can 25. That's right there. If I go like right there, can I look around and see if I can follow where it went?
Yeah, perception check.
Perception. 23.
Okay, you see the shadow is in this larger chamber. It's on the ceiling still, moving its way straight towards the back. Seems like it's right here. It's like going in this direction.
Okay, that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay. Taven will move into this. Move into this room and kind of look around. Fazir, your turn. Okay. All right. Soot. Move into the room as well and sort of look around in awe at what she is seeing. Ezekiel, your turn.
I want to be right there, next to Lamb. And still waiting for this door to be open because he said there's something interesting in there, so I want to see what it is. So I'm just gonna wait here until the door gets open. So that's my turn.
Go in, bro.
You said it's trapped.
Yeah, so who cares?
My health pool cares.
Okay, Sienna, your turn.
Is the corpse still doing weird stuff?
No, it seems to have gone slack since the shadow entity left its body.
I guess, can I peer into the broken crates to see if anything's inside them?
Investigation check. So you go to some of the nearby crates. Your fingers tracing the edge of this warped wood, and most of the markings have faded. There's still this faint-looking crest, a tideborne glyph almost. Maybe, although it seems partially scorched. Well, given the nature of where you're at, you're assuming that's likely what it was in the hole. You nudge it open, and on the inside, this tangled cloth and rotting parchment give way to broken tools, ritual knives, and looks like splintered mirror shards, and one vial, though the vial's empty, but it's got this deep violet stain to it on the inside, and it smells of salt and flowers. Then something shifts beneath the cloth. Not loud or violent, just present. Can't tell if it was a rat or a magical echo or something else. The cloth just isn't sitting right.
I would like to move the cloth.
Okay? So you peel away the cloth. The air grows colder as you pull the cloth aside, but not immediately. The room is slowly holding its breath. The fabric peels away with a brittle sound, like dry and papery, revealing a small black box. Wood reinforced with rusted iron, no larger than maybe a jewelry case, but wrapped tightly in black twine, tied in a knot that has no visible end. The box pulses once with soft greenish blue light, like teal, I guess, would be the color. Just barely enough to make the inside of the crate shimmer. And beneath it are scratch marks, deep, desperate, like fingernails or maybe even claws. Once clawed upward from the bottom of the crate, and some curve inward, like something was trying to get back in. Thought I had an image of this jewelry box somewhere. Let me see if I can find it. But what do you want to do?
Or I guess, could I try to take out the jewelry box and open the box?
Sure. You want to? So you're going to try to pick it up and open it. I think it's wrapped tightly in this black twine, and it's tied in a knot. But like I said, it has no sort of end, so you'd have to untie the knot. I think this is the one. Yeah, this one has it's wrapped in twine and tied in a knot. So do you want to undo the knot and try to open it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Let me see what's okay. Okay. So this twine unravels as you open it, this teal glow from the inside of the box. As you go to unwind it, strangely, it begins to unwind on its own as you start to pull away at it, curling away like smoke slipping back into the cracks of the world. And the lid opens on its own as well, silently. No creak, no resistance, just the same gentle glow, now pulsing. Inside lies a single object, a small glass orb, cloudy within, and a green flame suspended in the center. Not flickering, but spinning, slowly, deliberately. I need you to make a charisma saving throw. As your breath
I know.
as your breath stops for a moment.
Well, good thing I'm good at charisma. Knock on wood. Like, seriously.
We'll see about that.
No, it was mid.
All right.
Can we use my before we know what it does? Where did it go? How far away is she? Can I use my flash of genius to have her add how much 4 to that to see if it helps at all?
If it works on charisma saving throws.
Posted. Ability
Saving
checker
throw.
saving throw. Yeah, she
Yep.
gets a +4.
+4? Okay.
Alright, yeah, because she's right on the edge. 10, 20, 30, yep. Reach it. I don't know what it'll do, but +4, so it's a 16 now.
All right. So, Sienna, you hear, "I see you, Echo Singer." And you resist the gaze of the orb. You feel a shadow on your own mind split for a moment. For the next hour, you have an additional 1d4 on perception or arcana checks related to ancient or extraplanar magic. However, you have disadvantage on constitution saves to maintain concentration.
Interesting.
You hear, "Echo Singer, Silence Breaker." The eyes closed, but not forever. Deep within the recesses of your mind.
Can I close the box?
Sure.
Alright. Pretty sure that takes up all my action stuff. I guess I'll just use some movement to leave the room because I don't want to be in here anymore.
Oddly enough, when you go to close it, it lowers itself with a slow, soft click. And the green light sort of vanishes and the box goes cold.
Creepy. I'm still taking it with me though because it's interesting.
The knot of twine recoils itself around it as you take it.
Alright, that'll be my turn.
Okay. For Kappa, your turn.
Okay, I'm gonna try something. We'll see if it works. Just gonna squeeze in between Ezekiel and Lan. And can I do an Arcana check to see what kind of magic it is? Like if it's just like something to keep it locked, or if it's to do damage kind of thing. Does that make sense, or is that kind of vague? Be more specific on it.
Make an Arcana check. See what type of damage the trap might do. You can tell that it's It has some bite to it, but you're not sure what type of damage it'll do.
Okay. Can I try to use, is there any mechanical part of it that you could use these tools for? Or is it all just strictly magical? Kind of, not like a rune or something, but not like, no mechanics to mess with.
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
So for the trap that it is it more like strictly magical, or are there some like mechanical components to it that you could use these tools to try to disengage or disable?
Well, if you had some way to, like erase part of the glyph, or damage the glyph in some way, it may discharge or dissipate the spell effect and render it inert. But mechanically, no, there's nothing you can
Okay.
do in that regard to stop it.
Okay, well that's fine. I just couldn't remember when you were describing it if it was or not. With that information, she's just gonna look up at Ezekiel. It's like, hey, Mr. Robot, make your armor useful and see what the damage does, and try to push him, like, not very well because she's tiny and he's huge kind of thing, but like, make it obviously try to push him through the trap just to see what it does. She can't do anything for it. She just wants to see what it does. And that's it. Oh, sorry. Can I say, can I move my mage hand closer to where it's next to me where I could take the paper from it, or is that considered a separate action?
I'm sorry, can you do what?
For my mage hand, can I move it closer to me? Sorry, I'm just reading the spell. Oh, that's dumb. It takes an action to use it to move it. That's dumb. Okay.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can move the mage hand.
Yeah, just move it a little bit closer just so it kind of stays within the vicinity so I don't get too far from it, but still holding the paper. I haven't taken it from it yet. And I'll be done. But yeah, so my brain, it's just the mage hand is above Sienna to the left of Aspen, and that square kind of thing, where it's gonna stop.
Okay, so you move the mage hand above, sort of in the spaces ahead of Sienna there.
Yeah, right there. And I'll be done.
I think I have a mage hand.
I'd use that if you have one.
Look at this.
That's cool. I like it.
Alright, where do you want it to be?
Right here. Just to the north, essentially, of Sienna. Just kind of floating right there for now. Still holding the paper. Or whatever it was that it took from the body. If it's like a slip of paper or scroll, I can't remember. Sorry, my brain is not with it today.
Okay, no, that's fine. So you still have it. Still got the. It still has the parchment. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's still just holding on to it for me.
Okay. Mara's turn. He looks around. Oh, there's got to be something old and expensive in here, I bet. She begins to look around. Land, your turn.
Lan is just gonna say, fuck it. And he's going to draw Shadowfang and stab down into the center of the glyph that is controlling the trap, and just going to stab it and then just kind of close his eyes and kind of grit his teeth for whatever's about to happen.
Okay, Aspen.
Did anything happen to the glyph, to the trap part? Like, does it look like it got messed up enough to where it's disabled, or does it look like it's still working?
You look at the globe beneath the door. It looks like it's still there.
Then Aspen wants to take her big ass shovel and hit the glyph twice.
Okay.
To just try and damage it and
Okay, make an attack roll.
20.
All right. So you hit the glyph with your shovel, or try to hit the edge of it from underneath the door without opening the door as best you can, and you do hit it, and it flashes.
Well,
For a moment.
Okay. Oh yeah.
For a moment, Aspen, you feel as if you're back in the previous room with the sarcophagus.
Oh no.
You look around, and your head, there's this sinus pressure that feels like it's squeezing on your mushroom folk brain. I need you to make an intelligence saving throw.
Oh no. Oh no. I don't think it's gonna do anything, Sarah. I rolled a 5.
You can use Flash of Genius again, but it's not gonna save her.
Yeah. Yeah, Sarah's not gonna use it.
Let me go back. This thing. Let's see. So this trap. Okay. Okay. You will take
What no?
7 points of psychic damage.
I am resistant to that because I have the magic amulet thing.
You are.
So
you, take 4 points, and now you are disoriented. So what that means is you have disadvantage on your next intelligence, wisdom, or charisma check, and you forget the last round of what you did. Movement, positioning. You don't realize how you got to where you are. Like right after you hit it, you're like, wait, what the hell? Why am I standing here with the shovel? Sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like you remember pulling out the shovel, but then after that it's blank. You experience a small amount of pain because of resistance, and basically you forget the last round of your life.
No.
For the next 24 hours, not permanently.
Right.
Okay, but the trap triggers, and then it sort of just, the sigil dies out.
They're like, oh, Lan, I guess you did something with your sword. Good job. I guess I didn't need to use my big ass shovel to break it. And that would be the end of my turn. So it was disadvantage on intelligence, charisma, and wisdom for 24 hours, right?
Yep.
Let me make sure I have it. Just 24. Okay. Yep, and that's the end of my turn.
No, those disadvantages. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. Your disadvantages for the entire day, just on those checks, but you probably won't ever use them anyway.
It's
Might.
checks or saving throws or both?
Just checks.
Just checks. Okay.
Yep, sorry. Kind of
Nope,
goofed that one up.
you're good. Just want to make sure I had it written down correctly.
Okay.
Sienna, there's your box. Taven's turn. Let's see. Is it your turn?
What are the contents of this table?
The contents? Perception check as you look down and, well, I don't think you would need to, unless you're trying to, like, make out specifics. You see an open, you see some scrolls and some looks like wrapped up scroll cases and some scrolls that aren't cased and a tome that's open right in front of you.
Use the tome, or can I close the tome to read the book? Like, find a way to bookmark where it's at now and close it so I can binding.
I'm sorry, what? So you can read the spine or the front of it?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it's definitely a leather, cracked, very preserved. You have to brush aside a little bit of ash and small bone fragments to get a clear look, but the ink doesn't seem to have faded. Let's see. Okay, you see the title of the book, greatly enough is in common. It says it's The Doctrine of the Drowned Sigil, Volume 2, The Binding of Names. Sure, investigation check. I don't think so. Let me check. I don't know, this... You realize that the book is sitting in the center of a dormant, triangulated glyph field, and it's tied to 3 other items in the room. Perhaps the circle below, or something else. Let's see. There's a painted sigil near the western bench that it could be attached to. The table leg, it's like the table leg holding up the corner of a ritual that's been barely holding together for decades. You sense that removing it might cause a delayed arcane collapse or slowly reactivate a seal that you haven't fully explored yet. I think there's more to it. Hang on. You rolled 23, so let's see if there's any. If there's much more detail than that. It's, in terms of a trap, like blowing up or anything. It's not really a trap, but there's more intent behind the trap than there is as far as damage.
I will put the book as where it was before I tried to read the spine or the front of it, and I'll just loudly say, "No one touch this book or remove it just yet." That'll be my turn.
Yeah, you can tell that the book is part of some sort of ritual network, right? It's part of a 3-part ritual, arcane ritual. So you know that moving it may not be the greatest move. All right, Soot. Soot nods at that, and we'll make our way over to this table and sort of look around on it. Ezekiel, your turn.
Has the door in front of us been opened? Because I know the trap just went off, but has the door been opened?
No, the door's still shut.
Okay. And you said it wasn't locked forever ago, right?
No, it's not locked.
Okay, Ezekiel's gonna try to kick the door in.
Okay.
He's tired of waiting.
All right. The wooden door creaks, sort of cracks and busts, and the loud sound echoes throughout the chamber.
Okay. Can I do like a general perception check around the room to see what I see?
Yeah, perception check.
13.
All right, with the general layout, so after the door crashes open, the wooden splinters sort of clatter against the stone, and dust billows into the corridor. The air in the room is stagnant and warm, not from heat, though. What you see is the remains of like this ancient furniture that's like splintered and overturned. Perhaps this was once a study or a war room. You see parchment and scrolls scattered across the floor. Faded ink spiraling in patterns not all meant for eyes, it seems. Strange scrapings on the stone towards the sort of brick wall. Not from dragging furniture, but from looks like a clawed creature movement. And a soft metallic clink comes from behind one of the collapsed bookcases on the eastern wall, as if a chain shifted under its own weight.
Where was that clink around the room? Is it like over by one of these shelves over here? Oh, okay, that one.
This one.
He's gonna start making his way over to the shelf, and that's it.
Okay. Sienna.
Well, I guess since it's open, I will also go check out this very cluttered room. I guess, does this particular scroll have anything interesting on it?
Perception check as you look down on it. So after you step through the broken threshold, the scroll, sort of half crumpled slightly, and it's, well, very unfurled, almost unfurled all the way, but the edges are yellowed and not yet brittle. The scroll looks harmless, though the script inside is illegible. It sort of twists the longer you try to focus on it. The ink on it itself is shimmering faintly from, you think, maybe water damage or some sort of enchantment. And the parchment itself, there's a warmth coming off of it, like it was held recently or it's never cooled down from its last use.
Well, if I can't read it, then I don't care that much about it. Right. Guess I will continue on. Is that another friggin' skeleton? Why are there so many dead bodies here? Just use my action to dash, I guess. 25. 30. Man, this room is really big. And that'll be my turn.
All right, for cover.
She's gonna stay in the hallway and read what the note was that the mage hand was holding. I'll close to the mage hand and take it to see what it says.
All right. So the parchment sort of crinkles as you unroll it, and the ink on it looks really thick, like it's almost raised. Looks like it was scratched into the paper, something really sharp and angry-like. And the writing is it seems like very erratic, like veering between perfectly scripted and this like manic scrawling. So you scan through the message, and your vision pulses slightly. Your pupils dilate involuntarily. The text reads, "The eye watches. The blade seals. The name is to not be spoken. The voice in the thought calls from under the bones. It is not dead. I was never alone." A steel and black ink, still unbroken, is right below that. A symbol resembling a spiral crown, a triple ringed eye, and a thin X of coral horns. You're not under any sort of magical effect. It's sort of an effective reading it.
She is going to go hand the paper to Lan and offer it to him to read and say, "You're part of a creepy group. This is a creepy message letter thing. Does this ring in any bells for you? Or from anything else we've seen around here? I don't like it."
Lan will take the note and he'll check it out on his turn.
The poor couple will be done, just waiting to see what Lan says or what he thinks of it.
Okay. You hand it over to Lan. Do you read it, or do you read it to everyone, or just read it to yourself?
I just read it to myself and then handed it to Lan to read.
Okay, did you speak it as you read it though? Like read it aloud?
No, just in her
Okay.
head.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so she hands it over to Lan. Just wanted to note that and see if anybody else understood what the gnome said. Anyways,
She
go ahead,
didn't
Lan.
read it out loud, but just reading it in her head and then handed it to Lance. That's all.
Lan just responded that he would read it on his turn. Unless he can do it now, then he'd do it now. But if he needs to wait for his turn, he'll wait.
Mara just moves up to there. She's sort of looking at this odd statue. Now it's your turn, Lan.
Lan will read the note, and after he does, he will he'll reach up. Well, first he'll read the note and see if anything happens to him. And he'll read it out loud, not like super loud, but as if he's just reading it to himself, but he's just saying the words out loud.
Okay.
And then after he reads it, he is he's going to reach up and touch his temple to access the library, and
All right, so Soot, Ezekiel, for Kappa. Make an intelligence saving throw.
That's a +2. Sorry, not a +4.
Wait, so Aspen was in that. Do I also have to?
Aspen, you're not in tune with the arcane, so it has no effect on you.
Okay, cool.
can I use?
I don't think Lan can cast spells either. No, so it doesn't affect Lan. So just
no, I cannot.
Soot gets a 12. Okay. Those of you who failed, which in this case would be Soot and Forkuppa, momentarily, which would be for the next 24 hours, you forget how to speak your own name. The box in Sienna's pack, you feel it pulse, heal, and it begins to hum. Lan, after that, the parchment begins to burn away in your hands to ash.
Lan is just gonna kind of watch it burn away, and then he is going to touch his temple and search within the mandate's library any mention of the seal described that was described or shown at the bottom of the note. The spiral crown with the triple ringed eye and a thin axe of coral thorns. See if that's been encountered, and what if it has, what the Veiled Mandate knows about it.
Okay, roll a history check, and then after this we'll go to break.
5. I'm gonna add my D8 of inspiration of that.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. 6.
It appears as you search through the Mandate's library with your slithering effect, or slimmering effect, it doesn't seem to have any known record that goes this far back of any sigil that is made up of these 3 pieces, unfortunately. So you search and search, but you have no luck in finding any information.
At that, Lan will just kind of say, that seems like a waste. And then that'll be his turn.
Okay. Let's go to break, and when we get back, it'll be Aspen's turn. Alrighty. Oh, baby. Are we all back? Looks like it. All right, let's do it.
Alright. Aspen's going to walk into the room. 30. And 40. And can I like investigate the body right here about it just being on top of a broken table?
Let me see. Are you just looking at it, or are you going to investigate it?
Just want to look at it and see. Yeah, I just want to perceive it, not really investigate.
Okay. Make a perception check as you sort of look down at it and see it sort of crash through. Of course, where the table around it seems to be impacted.
18.
So it sort of looks like let's see. From here it sort of looks like it's laid awkwardly, sort of across the shattered remains of this heavy wooden table. Maybe it was once a ritual slab or some sort of arcane workbench. Its bones are cracked but not scattered about, suggesting that it probably died where it fell and wasn't dragged in place there. And there's more.
Oh, wait, there's more.
The fingernails on the corpse's right hand are worn down and cracked, as though it clawed at its own head or maybe the table beneath it. One of the feet is twisted outward, snapped, not by force though, but like maybe the body seized in its death. And a blackened spiral sigil is branded into the bone on the sternum, as it burned through the flesh long ago. There's a thin smear of darkened writing beneath the corpse, not in ink or blood, but some oily, tar-like fluid that's since dried into a faint glyph shape. And in the corpse's other hand, in one hand of the corpse, it's clutching this green shard. But in the other hand is the shard of like a blood-spattered mirror glass along the edge, like it was used to cut something.
Oh my god, what is this place?
sanctum forgotten by time.
Oy. And when can I go try and pick up the green shard in its hand?
Okay. The green shard, okay. Take a look here. This green shard. So the bones crack a little bit as you pry the shard free. And for a moment the light in the chamber shifts a little. Not like brighter or darker, but a little clearer. Like something is seeing through your eyes. And the shard is cool, pulsing faintly in a slow rhythm, like a heartbeat as you grip it. And its thin vibration hums up your arm. Your vision flickers for a moment, and you see a man in robes standing before a mirror. He's looking at himself. He says a name, and then forgets who he is. Then the vision is gone.
I guess that'll be the end of my turn. I don't think I can do anything else.
Is it your turn? Is that blood? Let's see. Perception check as you look down at it. Yes, it is definitely blood. Oddly enough, pulled up, and has to be pretty old. And it's like a thick and dark, like blood clinging to the edges of the cauldron. Not fresh, but it's not coagulated either. And it smells faintly of copper, ash, and something sweet like rotten flowers. Vampiric, history check. So with that, it isn't vampiric. It doesn't seem like there's any signs of this being sort of a feeding cauldron, or there's no preservation glyphs for blood renewal, as many vampires typically would use blood to. They would use blood in that way to keep it fresh. Instead, the cauldron is part of what seems to be a tradition older than even most blood cults that are known. One that treats blood as like this metaphysical imprint of identity, memory, and will. In regards to Tideborn doctrine, blood isn't just life, it's a medium for thought binding. It can carry names, memories, intent, or even secrets when poured into the right vessels under the right circumstances. So you recall, similar cauldrons were used by what's known as the Mind Shroud Acolytes to remove or burn away memories, especially when those memories were being hunted or corrupted. This particular basin may have been used to trap or bury a name, possibly Ceruleon's or one of Sereth's corrupted lieutenants. You can tell that it may be reactivated with fresh blood, a true name, or a spell tied to memory, like Modify Memory or Modify Dream.
Jot that down in my tome. Can I collect the scrolls?
The scrolls, yeah. I think there's 3 of them.
I'll investigate it later. Just check them away in my bag.
Sure.
And have I used my action already?
No, I don't think so.
I'll start heading back to see what the holdup is for everybody. That'll be my turn.
Right, Ezekiel, your turn.
Okay, he'll get to there. And I guess he'll look at the shelf to see when he kicked the door in, if it was just the vibration of like the thud of the door that made the bottle shake, or if there was something else that caused it to shake when he entered the room.
So you're looking at the sort of the bookshelf there to see it, try to investigate what the sound was.
Yeah.
Okay, investigation check.
Boop.
Okay. Alright, the bookshelf. So that slithering chain sound, you look now at, you see a chain that dangles behind this, collapsed bookshelf, mostly hidden beneath loose papers, like shattered wood, and at first glance it looks like a simple loop of old iron, rusted, cold, and harmless, but as you step closer, you notice drag marks in the dust. Something heavy was pulled slightly when the door was opened. The chain has a hooked end, like a tether, and not for restraint, but for anchoring, and there's a sigil etched into the last link, almost burned in, like shaped like a crescent within a spiral. And then there's this slight twitch, and the chain moves. Not fast or aggressive, but like it's settling in after having been disturbed.
Okay. Um. He's gonna turn around and look at Aspen and ask, "Did I do something stupid?"
I don't know. I may have also done something stupid, so I can't talk.
He's going to reach his hand back to the chain and wrap his hand around it, and he's gonna gently, like, yank on it in either direction and see if it freely goes one way or the other.
All right, so you reach out to gently sort of yank on the chain.
Mhm.
And the chain gives a little, and it's not like something's attached or like it's nailed to anything, but like it's almost like it's thinking about how it should respond. There's no clatter or sharp movement, just a deep, low vibrations through the floor. Subtle, like a tensioned string plucked under stone. And there's a dust shift in the room. The scrolls on the table curl inward slightly. Somewhere behind the wall you hear a faint creak, but not of wood. Of metal or bone. The hook at the end of the chain, it twists ever so slightly and points directly at you.
Uh-oh.
A faint spiral sigil burns into the floor near your foot. Glowing faintly. And it writes out next to your foot, "Unbound." In this fiery red script. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, jeez. 14.
Okay. For the next hour, you have disadvantage on insight checks.
Okay. He's gonna let go of the chain and look at Sienna and Aspen and say, anyone else see that?
See the chain move a bit. And what specifically happened?
Is the word is unbound still scrawled in magic fire on the floor, or is that gone as soon as the effect on me took place?
You let go of the chain. And yeah, it disappeared. It like slowly disappeared.
Okay. Well, there's obviously something in here. So he's going to describe what happened. Pulling the chain, the word appearing, that whole ordeal to Aspen and Sienna. And then he's going to say, there's obviously something important in this room that we have to figure out. So I say we keep searching.
Aspen gives a
And
thumbs up.
that'll be Ezekiel's turn.
Okay, Sienna.
Guess I'm gonna go deep in. Kind of just looks more clutter in here. I guess could I do like a relatively quick scan of this area of the room and just see if I find anything that's not broken or useless?
So you're just kind of looking around the room to see if you can see anything intact that might be useful, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Perception check. Okay, this kind of looks like the end of the room here sort of seems more of an arcane study. Of course, not not nearly as wrecked as the previous room, obviously. But near the northeast wall, behind this toppled lectern, you can see beneath, sort of behind there, there's a layer of crumbled plaster, and you see this locked leather folio hidden, or would be hidden if you didn't spot it, beneath the busted chair. It seems dusty, but doesn't look ruined from here. Seems like it's mostly protected. So you see that. You see other than that, around the room, most of the other things seem to be unsealed or unfurled and crinkled up. However, that leather folio looks like it's closed.
I don't know what a folio is.
It's like a portfolio.
Oh, okay. I guess can I pull out whatever that is and just take a look at it?
Yeah, so you take the portfolio and sort of dust it off, and opening the clasp on it reveals this slim portfolio of parchment sheets, tightly folded and marked in ink with a recognizable sort of watermark. Has this triple spiral, faintly scorched around the edges, but clearly made to be passed between veiled mandate couriers. You only know this because of what Lan has interacted to and you've observed in the past, and you find 3 items of note. 1, you find a preserved sheet of music, handwritten in silver ink, notated with the strange rhythmic notations that you've never seen before, but you can feel them, strangely. In the margins, you see it says, Crown's Requiem, only to be performed if the seal falters. If played with an instrument or voice, it creates a psychic resonance within the chamber. Maybe something similar to the trifold lock that sealed this place. The second thing is this annotated page. It's a half-burned report addressed to someone named Naritha Voss. If the crown's melody is ever spoken aloud in the presence of the shard, it may breach the containment at Vanir. The bard must not learn the second verse. And then the third thing is a small metal object, like a talisman. It's nestled between the sheets. It's like a silver ring inscribed with the words, I sang and the name forgot me.
Why is everything here so cryptic? Ugh.
post all this in chat so you can put it in your notes if you want.
I guess I'll call back to Lan and be like, hey, I think you might find this interesting. And hopefully, I don't remember. I guess I'll just stay here and either he can come in or I can eventually make my way back out because I can't remember how much I moved. But that'll be my turn.
Okay, for Cuppa.
I'm gonna dismiss Mage Hand because I don't need it anymore. Or dispel, I guess. And start moving. 30. I'll use my action to dash. Why not? 30. Kind of looking around, seeing what's here, but that's pretty much it.
You're just moving to there and that's it?
Yep.
Okay. Mara's turn, so she looks around the room here. I'll move up to the table here and examine whatever's going on there. Lan, your turn.
Lan is going to head over to Sienna when she said that this might be something that he wants to check out. So that's 20, 30, and then he'll dash 10, 20, 30. So he can get to there and he'll ask, what did you find? And that'll be his turn.
Okay, Aspen. Or Sienna, you can reply if you want, and then Aspen, it'll be your turn.
I guess I would relay more or less just what's in the chat. Don't know how to sum it up very well, but I'll give a brief synopsis.
Okay, so you just kind of briefly explain to him what you found. Okay. All right, Aspen.
I will go farther into the room. Righty. And you can look at the stuff that Sienna picked up too. And seeing another name of a boss, I'm just like, there's another one. Why are there so many? And I guess you need to go find Mara and ask her about this boss. See if they're evil or if they're more like her. I guess one day maybe we'll meet the entire family. And then let's see. And that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay. Now, as you say this, you do remember Mara telling you some surface level information about her family, right? But this particular boss name you're not familiar with. And that's going to end your turn there.
Yes.
Okay. Taven will move deeper into the room. Is it your turn?
Everyone all right in here?
Yeah, I think so. Just more shit to find in this place.
You got it.
I mean, if you want to stay and help, we won't say no, but I think the four of us can handle it.
Okay. That's my turn.
Okay, Soot will move to there. Ezekiel, your turn.
I'm gonna try to pull Rendolphin, and I'm gonna try to look at the wall near the chain, like either here or around here, or maybe on the floor too. Just try and look for scratch marks of like moving passageways. Basically like any sign that can be taken as like some type of secret entrance or hidden mechanism that's visible on the wall or the floor in my general vicinity. If that makes sense.
Okay. Let's investigation check.
14.
So, what you find looking around for any secrets that may be hidden in here, or like around the chain at least, I'm assuming you're looking there sort of at the bookshelf, is you can tell that one of the bookshelves is fake. It's not hollow, it's real wood, but it's anchored to the wall via like a hidden pin mechanism. And you search behind it, and there's a seam in the wall faintly outlined in old dust. There's no handle to it, but the chain that you pulled was the handle. You just needed to be pulled in the opposite direction.
So I pulled it the wrong way?
Seems like it. Or well, I mean, and the way that you disturbed it, it didn't at least unlock anything.
Okay. Could I attempt pulling it the other way?
Yeah. You hear a faint click, and then this deep, grinding scrape from within the stone. The wall to your left shudders and then slides inward, revealing a narrow stone passage. The air within is cold and still, and very old, obviously, untouched for decades. And a narrow set of stairs descend, spiraling slightly, disappearing into the dark. On the wall beside the hidden doorway, carved faintly in Draconic, is 3, 4, 5, 6 words.
Oh, I unfortunately don't speak Draconic, so they just look like gibberish to me.
Okay.
You said that it's this wall right here, right? In between the two bookcases?
Hang on. Let me come back to the room. Yeah.
Okay. Lan hears Ezekiel from behind him go, yes! And kind of like pump his fist to himself. And he will stand in front of the doorway and he'll turn to Lan, Aspen, and Sienna and kind of get their attention and just gesture with both of his hands to the door and be like, aha, see, I told you. And then he will wait on what to do next. But he's standing in front of the entryway that just appeared from pulling the chain of the bookshelf. That's his turn.
Okay. Sienna, your turn.
I guess I will close the gap between me and Landon, hand over the folio. And I guess all the little things that were inside it. And I guess Ezekiel found some sort of secret way or something.
Looks like a door opened up. It's a very narrow passageway, though.
Oh,
You would have heard it. You would have heard it. The stone shifting and opening, pretty loud.
I guess I'll step over and be like, "Oh, what is it?"
Asking me that?
Yeah, who else?
I don't know, the two other people in the room. He'll just shrug his shoulders and be like, and he'll say, but I'm sure it's worth investigating at least. We are in here to explore after all.
Fair enough. I'm just not gonna go down there first. But anyway,
I was
It'll
assuming that I
not.
was going to be the one to go down there first because I found it, but that's okay.
well, fair enough. Well, I wasn't gonna go anyway, so you can still be first.
Okay.
But anyway, that'll be my turn.
Okay. For Kappa.
Okay. Has anybody looked at this table yet? I can't remember, or I wasn't in the room. Somebody had already kind of cleaned the table or looked at it. No? Okay, sorry. I don't remember what table they were looking at, the books. Could Fort Kappa do a quick scan of it to see if there's anything of monetary value, just like reverting back to Hagenbach and Dacus trading, like let's look for something that we could take and or sell.
Okay, so you're just sort of looking over the desks, see if you can find anything usable.
If there's anything usable, of value, or useful kind of thing. Like either from the shop or they could use material-wise. The investigation or perception?
Investigation check as you sort of look through the table, look over the table.
26.
So the desk is kind of cracked and crooked, and the top half of it is a little splintered, you can tell. Let's see. Roll 1d4. Alright. So you find this crystal vial filled with like a shimmering black liquid. Doesn't look like it's reflecting the light properly. And labeled in sort of shaky common handwriting, it says, "Do not open unless the voice sings backwards."
Orcup is just gonna grip it tight in both hands and be like, okay, that's scary vial. Why is everything in here so scary? And be done.
Alright. Mara looks around. Squints her eyes. Something seems familiar about this chamber, as Mara calls out as she's looking around. I feel like my stepmother told me stories of whatever this is. She points one of her revolvers to one of the seals on the wall, like a sigil. Lan, your turn.
Lan is going to open the folio that Sienna gave him and start. Well, let's see what it said already. Well, first he wants to look at the mark of the Veiled Mandate, and he wants to see if it's the mark that he's known growing up and being trained, or if it's a slightly different mark like the one that Calder had on, I believe, his forehead it was. He wants to see if the mark's, which mark it is.
Okay. So what you immediately recognize, without needing to check, is that the leather is old but very maintained, and the stitching is mandate standard. You slide out the parchment with care, and these aren't just notes, they're like layered, the kind used in deep tier correspondence. Half the meaning isn't in words, than the order they're written, and the placement of the ink, the slight embossing of pressure marks from older pages. So based on your mandate training and knowledge, the folio wasn't for storing info, it was used for smuggling it between places. The layout, like the folded spine, the way the musical piece was tucked behind the spy's note, this was a relay item, the kind used to pass dangerous intel without getting caught. Whoever last held this was going to defect, or already had. You recognize the message to Nithira Voss is real and unauthorized. You can tell that this wasn't part of any standard mandate operation. The signature seal on the note is Nithira's private cipher, which is indeed the same as what was on Calder's forehead. Used only for covert orders that bypass the chain of command in the Veiled Mandate. The agent who wrote the report clearly feared what the song might do and hid it from her. And about the second verse, if the crown's melody is spoken aloud in the presence of the shard, it may breach the containment at Vanir, which is the castle you're at. The bard must not learn the second verse. You know what this means. it isn't about unlocking Cerulean, or Cerulean, yeah, we'll go with that. It's about undoing the very binding that sealed the witness's echo here. The bard reference might not even, well, it's probably not Sienna directly, but it may be like a role any bard may play, like a repeating cycle of bards or someone tied to the Requiem's origin. You notice something else as well. A smudged glyph is pressed faintly into the corner of one page. It's a tracking sigil that Mandate operatives use. It's a Mandate-coded ink used to mark compromised items. If Nethira is still watching, she may now be aware that the folio has been opened. So you see this ink appear in the corner, signifying that someone knows that this has been tampered with now.
So the agent who wrote this is defecting away from the Veiled Mandate to, I'm assuming, this Ethera Voss's side. That's the assumption that Lan has.
So far as, well, I mean, it seems that way. Yeah, defecting from the Mandate, it seems like it. Maybe.
Okay.
So far, it seems like it.
Lan is just literally standing there trying to figure out what this means. Lan is going to... He's going to walk back over to Sienna, and he's going to take the sheet of music, and he's going to show it to her again, or he's going to show it to her, even though she's already seen it once. And he's going to ask her, do you think you could sing this or play this?
I guess after looking at it again, I'm assuming I can, but I guess I must confirm with the Almighty God.
So you look at the sheet music. Let's see. So, well, best way to describe it is, yes, you can play it. But it's not just a song. Playing it will unlock something. It's you can tell that this sort of song is of magical nature, of course, and many songs like this are either a key, a summon, or something that's used to reveal something hidden.
I guess I'll tell Lan, like, I can, but I don't know if I want to do it if I don't exactly know what the consequence will be.
Would it be... Did Lan get the sense at all, reading the note, the spy's page, and kind of looking at everything, does he get the feeling that Nathira Voss does not want this? Like the song, you're saying it could potentially unlock something. Does Lan get the impression that they don't want that to happen, or that they do want that to happen? Whatever being unlocked becomes unlocked.
Excellent question. Insight check.
16.
Well, you've seen how Nathira buries threats. She doesn't shout, she doesn't strike, she silences, she folds them into the corners of memory, binds them behind whispers and sealed orders. And this song, it's not just something she wants hidden, it's something that she tried to erase. The operative who wrote the folio, he was trying to get it out, and she marked it for destruction. The signs aren't about danger, but about control. If she didn't want the bard to know the second verse, it's because it leads to something even she can't control once it's played. So Nathira herself, no, she would not want the song to be played. But why does she not want it to be played? Well, who knows?
Okay. Lan will relay that to Sienna, and he'll say, you know, I agree. Yeah, like you said, this unlocks something, and from what I can tell, going over these notes, this Neritha Voss, she seems to be of a fringe or rogue element within my organization, and she doesn't want this verse sung. And knowing what I've heard rumors about her, it's because she can't control it. Part of me feels like you need to sing this song, but I think it's, one, most importantly, if you're comfortable doing it, because I can't force you to. And second, I think we should put it to a group vote, because things are happening that, I don't know, I'm already breaking enough rules by speaking out about things, but it seems like it's very chaotic in my organization now, so I don't really care about the punishment coming my way if there is one anymore. But I think we need to gather everyone, and if the majority of vote is that, and if you're comfortable doing it, I think you need to play the song, the whole song. I believe the first part, and this is Nick, the player, total guess here. I believe the lullaby that you played to open the door initially I believe that's the first part. So why don't we gather up everyone and talk about this?
I guess if I compared both of the sheet musics, like, does it seem like they're connected?
Why are you asking me?
Yes.
What was it again? I'm sorry.
If I compare both of the sheet musics or the songs and stuff, so like the lullaby I got from earlier and the one that we just found, does it appear like they're from the same song?
Yes. Well, the one that opened the door, the one that unsealed the door was part of it. You get the feeling that what you're looking at now is the second verse. And the one that you played that unlocked the seal that opened the dungeon was the first verse.
I see.
All right, Lan is going to kind of say out loud, Aspen, Ezekiel, actually, you guys stay here. Let me go grab everyone. By the way, Ezekiel, awesome on finding the secret door. Good job, buddy. And he's going to dash to get outside. And he's going to say, guys, come in here. We need to have a little powwow about what to do next. And then that will end. That'll be Lan's turn.
Okay. Aspen.
Do we want to pause
Pause initiative? Yeah.
initiative so people can just come in here and we can talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so that we don't have to go through like 3 rounds of people just moving.
Yeah, let's suspend initiative while you guys digest and work together on this.
I'm just gonna move in. I think the only ones out there are Fazir, Soot, and oh yeah, and for Cuppa. Forgot about her. Too. Okay. I guess if once Lan gets back in the room of alright, so a bunch of weird shit is happening here. We're finding all these connecting cryptic things. Ezekiel found a hidden passage door. Passageway, secret tunnel, door. Words are hard. There's a bunch of things they're talking about not waking something up. And or talking about something sleeping. Do we want to wake this thing up? Also, Mara, we found another thing with what is apparently another family member of yours.
Mara walks in. Another family member. Well, I mean, there's the Voss family tree is, you know, there's many of us, but half of that side of the family isn't even sort of blood relative to me. You'll have to hit me with a name because there are many of us.
Naritha? Naritha? I can't remember how to say it. Naritha? Voss? Seemed like she was part of the veiled mandate.
Really? So Mare's reaction to that. Her head tilts slightly, and her hand, which is resting near the sort of the butt rest of her revolver, tightens a bit. Her jaw clenches and the corner of her mouth pulls, but not into a smile. It's almost a too calm of tension that means something bad is brewing behind her eyes, and she says, "You sure?" She holds out her hand.
The info that's here.
She holds out her hand for the paper or parchment or wherever it's written so she can read it herself.
Guess that's in Sienna and Land's hands, so it's up to them, I guess.
She says, "Naritha never signs her name to anything, not unless it's meant to be found or meant to be buried."
Lan is going to... He's going to give her the annotated page, but he's going to be watching Mara very closely. And essentially, like, if she makes any move to try and destroy the paper or whatever, or like take it and flee, he's going to try and stop her. But he will hold out the page to her so she can take it and read it.
I'll message Lan. Do I need to watch her?
And Lan will, without looking at Vizier, he'll just nod his head once in the affirmative.
You can reply back if you want.
Lan will physically nod his head, but he won't. Like after Vizier finishes his question, Lan will just nod once.
Okay, so Mara reads over it for a moment, and she expels hard through her nose, and her voice drops. What the hell was she doing here?
I mean,
this
potentially you could be here like we are on a quest for something.
She goes to she almost crumpled the paper completely, but then throws it back over to Lan. If this place was meant to stay sealed and she wanted it silent, then we're already in deeper than she wanted. Now we're going to find out why.
For Papa will raise her hand and be like, who is she and what is her relation to you? I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Please clarify, Mara.
She was my sharp, controlling stepmother. She was never warm and never nurturing. She taught me how to lie, though, how to command and how to hold the line, but never once did she offer me any love.
Lan is going to close his eyes and he's going to take a really deep breath, kind of internally coming to peace with the decision that could have very dire ramifications for him. And he's going to open his eyes and say, she could also be much worse. She could be one of the 5.
Mara looks over at Lan, and then she follows that up. Neritha Voss, she isn't my blood. She's my father's second wife. She came into the picture when I was just old enough to start asking the wrong questions about family business. She's smart. She's dangerously smart. The kind of woman who walks into a room and already knows what you lied about yesterday. I watched her turn pirate lords into nervous little boys with a look. She never raised her voice because she didn't need to. She looks at Lan and nods. She is one of the 5. But not just in the mandate. She is this veiled mandate. She's the reason people forget things. The reason records go missing. The reason people go missing. Although she doesn't erase people, she rewrites them. And if she signed something down here, that means it was either meant to control whatever's buried or to keep it quiet forever. Also, she raised Kaldor, my half-brother. He got her lessons, I got her silence. We were weapons to her, shaped in different ways. She never hit me. She never yelled. But she just expected, like everything I was or wasn't was just one more calculation in a much bigger play. I left as soon as I could. Sail a ship without her help. I took the black tide and built my own crew and cut myself from her web, or so I thought. Now her name's turning up here, wrapped around this song of all things, this prison, whatever this place is, this whispered thing, which means she's still pulling the strings in my life, still watching. But if she thought I'd run from this, she didn't raise me half as well as she thinks she did. You see her sort of grit her teeth and fold her arms.
Peppa's gonna raise her hand again, looking in between Mara and Lan, and can you guys explain who the 5 are? What does that mean? Like 5 fingers? Does I have 5 fingers, or what is happening?
Lan will sigh again, and he'll turn to Forkuppa and he'll say, the 5 are the leaders of my organization, the Veiled Mandate. The 5 control everything. They rule everything. They are the ones in charge. And this mark here, and he'll point to the ink seal at the top. The reason, and Mara just confirmed it, but the reason I knew that it was very likely that Neritha was one of them is that only the 5 are able to use this particular mark. That, or she had somehow learned their methods, which I find even more doubtful than her being one of the 5. But she is. And if she's in charge of all this chaos brewing, then my brothers and sisters are in a lot more trouble than I thought they were. We need to And Lan kind of seems lost for a second because, and the facade will drop, and everyone can kind of see once again just how like young Lan is, and like he's just showing for a second just how vulnerable he really is. And then he takes another deep breath and kind of puts the metaphorical mask back on, and he'll say, "We need to finish our business here because I need to get back and I need to warn. Well, I need to find out who's still trustworthy, if anyone is, and I need to warn them." And then he'll look at Sienna, but kind of address everyone. There's a second verse of the song, and for whatever reason, Aretha didn't want it sung. Knowing her, it's because she couldn't control whatever the song unlocks. Now, it could be a huge risk, it could kill us all. But if Sienna is willing to, I think she performs the song. And Lan will kind of turn to Mara just a little bit, and I believe, as the saying goes, Captain Voss, damn the torpedoes. And Lan will just kind of leave it there.
He shrugs. My stepmother doesn't control me anymore, and I'll prove that to her when I find the crown and use it to eliminate her from my life forever. I'll leave her in the dust like she left my father and me. Forgotten to history like she does to everyone else in Forlonde. Stealing them away to the spirit world or wherever I wish. As soon as I get the crown, she clenches her fist and looks at the ground.
Alright, so simplified. Evil bitch doesn't want to do something, we do it. Sienna, can you sing the song?
Or alternate option,
Right
maybe sing it
now?
when somewhere a little safe.
Nowhere in here is going to be safe.
Somewhere a little more defensible.
I mean, this big room, lots of space, I guess
Lots of
1.5
doorways in
entries.
here.
But there's like
Apparently, he, pointing at Ezekiel, found a secret passageway behind something. Who knows what else is out here? Does not feel like a defensible position.
I mean, do we want to go back into the room with the shadow corpse? I mean, the shadow left, so it's just the corpse in there, or we'd be all combined. Or
I
this
don't
room
want to
with
chill with the
sarcophagus,
corpse.
or the room with the zombie coffins. Did you have a preferable room in this place of what would be safer?
Wave her hand around, just like gesturing to the general vicinity, like, it's all bad. I don't like it here. It's scary. I like topside better. I don't like this place. Can we just keep on moving real fast and then sing the song up by the dragon, because the dragon seems nice, and if something's coming after us, he might be willing to help kill him. Maybe, possibly. Yes.
I feel like we probably have to go deeper into this dungeon before we can be done with it, so probably not yet. Going up.
So then we can sing the song once we get back up. We go down, find everything that we can find, and then get the fuck out.
I mean, should we investigate this tunnel that Ezekiel found, and then we can figure out what's next after that?
Ezekiel is already, by the way, peering his head like leaned up against the door frame, peering his head down, trying to see what he can. So he's already like about to go down the tunnel.
Or why not? Let's go down into the creepy tunnel in the creepy place. Sure, nothing bad will happen. Let's go.
How much longer do I have on my comprehend languages?
5 minutes or so. It's 10. I think it's a 10, or no, it's an hour-long spell, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'd say 45 minutes.
Can I read the glyphs next to Ezekiel?
Uh,
The writing, I should say.
yeah, if I can find it.
And then I'll go over to Sienna. Do you want me to translate this again?
Does it need to be translated again?
No. The song doesn't need to be. Not everything is described in Draconic, fortunately, when it comes to the music. What it says is, next to the doorway, here thought was buried in silence.
All right, so then that's probably where we need to go, because something keeps talking to Sienna about silence breaking and waking up, so apparently there's a thought down there. So through the secret tunnel? The sooner we get through this, the sooner we can leave? Farkata?
I'm down. Whatever gets us out of here faster. So if going deeper will get us out of here faster, let's go so we can get back.
Secret passage?
Secret passage!
Ezekiel hears people agreeing to go down the secret passage. He will cast light on his helmet and proceed to walk down the secret passage.
I didn't know your software had a torch setting. That's cool. Sorry.
You're gonna make that joke now after the 1,000 times that I've done this?
I just thought of it, okay? But yep, secret passage. If Ezekiel's gonna be up front, Aspen's gonna be in the back, just kind of taking front and taking back. So it's not avoiding Ezekiel, but just so there's covering both sides of having a tank.
Perpetua will be solidly in the middle, however close to middle of that she can get.
Okay, so you guys are going down the narrow passageway, which it's it's very narrow. It's so narrow, it's practically 5 feet wide, so it's almost like a single file sort of situation here as you slowly make your way down the not so dark corridor anymore, thanks to Ezekiel's light. So you make your way through this this spiral passage, and it seems to go to a point where it's not overly far away, of course, but you end up sort of at the end of it, where it opens up into a little bit of a, not as narrow, of course, as the pathway was, but you follow it, and it does eventually open up into a hallway of sorts.
Yeah,
I think,
sure.
I think I brought everybody's token over there. Yeah. And as you enter, you feel the deep weight of some arcane resonance as you see the stone walls are carved with these jagged reliefs and half-erased runes, old sigils etched long ago.
All right, let's mush.
Did we want to go back into initiative or redo it or just proceed on without it? Just so everybody's on the same page.
It's up to y'all.
Back into initiative if we're gonna be moving.
Sure.
Maybe.
Okay, Bland, you're first. If everybody's okay with initiative, we'll just do that. If that seems the organized way to go.
He had to use the bathroom, so if we want to just come back to land, because I think he was the last one with a turn anyway in initiative, so it makes sense
Aspen.
we can start with Aspen.
Okay, Aspen, your turn.
All right. And 20, 30, 40. I'm gonna be trying to move stealthily. Because I don't know what'll be in here. The secret tunnel. I'm trying to move quietly, and then going to do a little bit of a dash since I already went my full movement. God, I miss Elsie's movement. 20. And I see a creepy magic circle. I'm gonna stop here until everyone catches up. And that'll be into my turn.
Okay. Is it your turn? And as you progress deeper, it becomes pretty obvious that where you are now is more or less more closely resembling a tomb than anything else, than anything like a sanctum that you were in before.
I want to move there stealthily and then my turn.
Okay. That is going to make her way up. Ezekiel, your turn.
Oh, let's see. 20, 30. I guess I'll dash for my action. 10, 20, 30. Oh, yeah, a creepy circle. Can I tell from here who that figure might be?
Perception check.
Seven. I don't know shit.
From here, just looks like a dark-skinned humanoid bound in these blue-like bindings.
I'm not gonna make that joke. That'll be it for Ezekiel.
Hey, Sienna.
All right. See. Mm. 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 I guess I'm good.
Okay, Forguppa.
Running to keep up with everybody. 30 and then dash in to get further. Whoop. There we go. 30. And that's it. Oh, are we doing stealth checks? We're trying to be quiet.
If you want.
Yeah.
Mara moves up on her turn. Lan, your turn.
Okay. So, Lan is actually going to do something he hasn't done in a while. If it's still here, yeah, it should be. Where did it pop up?
Trying to summon the token.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, it's way over there.
Yeah.
That's weird. It's way over there.
Yeah, and I think I accidentally summoned two of them.
Here, I'll bring it over. Boom, there you are.
Thank you, sir.
Resize it and tag your shit on it. Details. Okay.
Okay. So Lan draws up his mask, and he is also going to. He sees everyone kind of crouching down, so he will go into stealth as well. Wow. 10, 20, 30, dash 10, 20, 30 to right there.
Okay, is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Aspen.
Okay. Hui. Going to slowly walk towards the creepy magic circle. 20, 30, 40. And I am going to stop there. Because I know nothing of magic and all of this, so I am going to stop here and have that be the end of my turn.
Haven will move to there. Vizier, your turn. Oh, he'll dash to here.
How high up is the ceiling?
You look up and it seems to be 40 to 50 feet. These are supposed to be pillars. I don't know why the lighting isn't on them. See if I can fix that. Anyways, yeah, there's the 4 pillars in the middle. There's supposed to be lighting enabled on them.
Now that I'm closer, would I be able to determine if I know the individual or not?
History check. Pillars should be lighting up now. Or not lighting up, but reflecting as if they connect to the ceiling now. Okay.
It looks like I have a twin.
So, as you enter the chamber, the stone walls, you notice before you do any checks, the stone walls are carved with these jagged reliefs. The room's sort of geometry is a little odd. There's 4 raised pillars around a cage in around the central dais, and each one engraved with the name of a fallen Tideborn dragon rider. At the center lies a figure suspended in stasis. His body is bound by ethereal blue cords stretched taut between the pillars, and the cords pulse with faint light anchored in the skeletal remains of those around him. As you step forward, you see the bound form of a half-elf, sealed in glowing cords surrounded by nightly remains. The name comes unbidden to you, etched in a line of text you once translated from an unstable fragment of Tideborn script. Lion, the Oathkeeper, the last wing. What you remember is Lion was the final captain of the Tideborn Dragon Riders, a paladin commander chosen not only for strength but for unshakable honor, one who refused to bow even as the Empire fell. Lion himself stood against the final decree of Sereth Vane, who had begun issuing orders that no longer aligned with natural law. There are no known records of Lion's death, only legends of betrayal and a line in a forbidden tome that you read once that said, "The Oathkeeper was not slain, he was silenced beneath the crown." Your realization is that he was not killed. He was bound in undeath to never die, but to sustain the seal, one that prevents his knowledge from reaching the world again. And his very will has been harvested to maintain the lock on something else. Sereth's corrupt legacy, perhaps.
Can spell this is? Or spellcraft?
Arcana check. So, let's see. It's not an ordinary stasis spell, but what you realize is this is sort of an oathbound seal. Psionic divine hybrid construct meant not to imprison the body but to suppress the will. How it works is it's powered by psionic loops of echoed memories, divine seals, and a singular sacrifice made by someone. Typically, the person sealed within. And what it's meant to do is erase the memory of the person sealed within over time. When the person offers their name, the entire history of this person gets erased from existence while they remain imprisoned here.
Relay all of that to the group. Slots for the next turn.
Okay, Ezekiel, your turn.
Um, 5, 10, 20, 30. Ezekiel is going to pull out his great sword and kind of hold it in front of him in like a ready position. And I guess he's going to take his action to dash in the room. 10, 20. We'll get to there. And that'll be it. I don't want to do anything too crazy.
Okay. Deanna.
This is a large room. I think I'm good. I'm just gonna kind of wait and see what everyone else starts doing.
Okay, Forkuppa.
Use my action to dash to get further in. 10, 20. Go one step in front of Ezekiel, and might be dumb, but we're gonna do it anyway. Try to call out to the guy in the spell thing and just be like, "Hey, who are you? Are you a bad guy?" Yeah, be done. At least for now, to see if he answers. Basically, like, "Are you a criminal? You bad guy?" That's what she's kind of trying to get at, just to see if he'll respond.
Okay, hang on. Let me see if he can actually hear you. Alright, so the light of the binding cord's pulse, sort of like a breath taken through clenched teeth. The silence stretches a bit after you ask that, and the "Hey, are you a bad guy?" sort of softly echoes in the room until it vanishes out. But directly into your minds, clear and calm and heavy with age and sadness, you just hear, "No. But I was once, or I was called one by those who feared what I remembered." It's now the person within the binding isn't actually looking at you or speaking to you, but this voice is just like almost as if it's resonating through the room, like it's coming from a PA system or something.
Well, the forecast was gonna look at Ezekiel and like, "You specialize in bad guys. Go talk to the bad guy. He says he was a bad guy, or people called him a bad guy. Go talk to him." And just point at him and go. And yeah, that's the end of her turn.
Mara looks around. "What the hell is this?" She looks around the chamber. Lan, your turn.
Actually, we are a little bit past time. Did we want to go ahead and stop here?
Yeah. I mean, if you want to end it here as you enter the chamber of Sarah Leon, we can do that.
Yeah, I think this is a good spot to end.
Okay.
That was a fantastic session, sir.
The plot thickens as old family names come up and disturb Mara just when she thought she was away from her stepmother. Here she is, tangled up in another sort of veiled mandate conspiracy, and not to mention you, Lan. You have officially broken a rule, a major rule. Let's hope that they don't find out, and we'll see what happens with Sarah Leon's sort of stasis as Sienna thinks about playing the song that may undo his his fate down here beneath the ruins of Carevor.
Well, everyone have a good week. I know it's going to go by slow because we're all going to want to get back. So,
Yay!
Okay. Well, let's see if you can free this Tideborn Dragon Rider from his prison next week.
Did we want to do a session next week because it is Easter? Because Anna said she couldn't make it. I don't know if anybody else had Easter plans. Just checking in.
We can
Is
kind of
everybody
discuss it.
good?
We can kind of discuss it during the week. So, I would say not right now, yes, but if enough people, aren't going to be there, then obviously we can pass. But yeah, we can figure that out during the week.
Okay. Sure, just you know what to do. In Discord, we'll keep in touch.
Word. Have a good night, everyone.
All right, y'all.
Great session.
Later.
Bye bye.